Rename also. Good afternoon to all. I am Samit from Odisha University of Technology and Information. In this conference, I am going to present our topic enforced learning model for need-based emotional classification. I am thankful to you that our paper is selected for the conference, and I am going to present this paper now. My team members are Dr. Sanjit Kumar from Chandrakan Bhojana and Prasada, and including me. This is my content working flow, container flow for my conference paper. So, introduction. Nowadays, emotion and feelings are concept in everyday life, so that you can say due to the emotional affect, very suicidal activities and different type of judgmental processes and mental disorders can also be affected. First, for emotional in classification, though we are using decision for EEG. EEG is the electroencephalogram. We can say that if this is the one method where we can select the brain signals from the cerebral cortex of the brain, from the fluctuation of the ion inside the happens in the brain. So by using the electrode on the brain surface, you are placing the electrode on the cortex. You can collect the brain signals, and this is very easy. This is the one of the most affordable process. And as compared to the facial recognition system, voice recognition system, for the emotion classification purpose. So it is easily available in our internet. And nowadays, by improvisation of deep learning and machine learning processes, we are using the EEG data set for the emotion classification process. So, emotion is generally considered emotion psychological concept. Okay. So, different type of mood, behavior, motivation, everything affected. You can say that activities also affected by the emotion. By the implementation of deep learning, machine learning, so many others are implemented: RNN, CNN, LSTM, deep learning neural network, and machine learning LSTM, and models, and different data sets like Hummingbird and data sets and hybrid models and different data sets for emotional classifications. For this purpose, in our paper, we are using our main object motivation came from the all the previous experiments, related works. We gone through it. And Recently, we are come about with the COVID-19 pandemic. In COVID-19 pandemic, we can say more than 25% increase in the anxiety and mental disorder. And we can say in the recent, we can see so many expenditures of suicidal activity. Everything affects for the emotional concept of a human being. So our main motto is if we detect the emotion of a person, if we classify the emotion of a person, then we can prevent any type of bad situations from in a person's life. So our main objective is to detect different emotional aspects through using and to make a answering model for emotion classification using deep learning model. So our system model. In the system model, that is we can say, I can say this is our workflow where we are using the deep data set. After collecting the deep data set, we go through the feature extraction where the fast Fourier feature extraction process has been implemented. And even if one DCL and LSTM, one DCL and DAV is a given network, we have used the deep data set to available deep data set. The deep data set 30 participants has been 40 0 use and 4 levels has been collected. This pre-processor data set of muscle movement sounds has been removed. For the extraction purpose, we are using fast forward transformation, which is one of the best. I can say this is one of the best extraction model which is available. And in terms of extraction model, we have decreased the data where crucial figure has been collected from the source data set. And we have extracted 40 features and using the Python EEG library. So for the complete process, we have used the sklearn, pandas, matplotlib, P1 and Python language for the process. So you can go for the model description. The first model we have implemented, that is LSTM, long short-term memory, and within the long short-term memory we have used one bidirectional long short-term memory and 4 LSTM layers. One bidirectional layer and 4 LSTM layers. In the implementation, we got a test accuracy of 89.60% and in a test loss of 39.66%. With the batch size of 256 and epoch size of 200 and the training and test split of 80-20-10 test. This is the figure what we got. The model accuracy figure is 3. Epoch and accuracy, that is the increase in the epoch size, epoch value, the test accuracy and the test accuracy increase. So that in the epoch the test of and the test loss and test of is also frequency. This model figure of LSTM where the data is and this is the consider metric of the LSTM model, which indicates that this is working properly for the LSTM model. In the 1D CNN, we have used 1D consideration of 1D kernel and we have used an example where your combination of 1D layer and 3 dense layers to complete the operation. One dense layer will have 80-20 ranges with the size of 256. We got the test accuracy of 19.65% and 42.24% which is the test loss. And in this figure also you can see with the increase of the epoch size and the test accuracy also increasing and but from the 1D model. In this one DCN and DA2 also the hybrid model was implemented. We reached the best accuracy of 96.40% and the error of 11.41%. This is the figure of conservation and this is the model complete model evaluation. You can see one DCN and DA2 implemented. And you can see 96.41% the model. Paper given. So one DCN and DA2 is the highest accuracy, which is the best model in a prospective thought of emotion classification. After this, after collecting the till now we are bound to this, and in future we are planning for the levels classification where we can classify subject level for who is the person in who particularly emotion is the state. And in the conclusion, I can say that the feature extraction is the best for the deep data set, and one is the model. The hybrid model is the best classification model for the emotion classification. And then in future, we are also trying to implement the hybrid model and using different data sets like which is available except the deep data set. So it will be helpful for the medical scientific research and the clinical segment also. All my research and this is all about my we are not using the hardware for the yes, we are using for now we are using any offline server for that. We are using Google Colab for all this process. For the freely available system, which is according to the internet, we are using one. Yes, but yes, yes, I am research scholar. After the train test split of it, but in my section I don't saw any type of, but yeah, okay. But in my section I saw it takes more than 3 to 4 hours time for the execution. But reference? 0.97 something. Actually, I am not remember the exact. Yes. No, we are not down. Okay. Okay. Okay, we'll look at it. Thank you. That actually I am not. I can say the exact website. If you saw the deep data set, it will give you the exact authenticated source. And by the application process, there is application process. After mailing, they will give you user ID and password. Then you can download the data set from the original source website. Our contribution is for the modeling. No, the one. Sir, contribution is you can see the 70 features has been. You are using the fast Fourier transformation method. Yes, yes. Yes, sir. After removing all the, you can say, these are the main important things which should be implemented inside the model. We can collect those things. Uh, yes. Which is needed for the corporate.
Okay. So what sir told that I want to summarize actually. You have downloaded the dataset from some source, okay, and you have applied CNN and other models. Okay, these are the existing models, right? Just you give an input to these models and you got accuracy and loss, right? So what sir is saying, at least you can modify the model by stating some of the drawbacks of that particular model, or you have developed your own data set by collaboration with some industry or medical fields, so that you may have some contribution in that one, that you need to primarily focus. Like bot is another model, right? You can give input using bot model. You give the same data set as input to your bot model, you will get accuracy. Okay, you may get a better accuracy than all these three algorithms, right? Whatever you have applied, but try to focus your contribution in these models. That is the overall idea what others are suggesting. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So there. Yeah. Oh, that's right. Next time we can. Like this. Okay. Good morning to all of you. Okay. How are you doing? Okay. This side. I'm getting it. The software is not there. It's not there. The battery that you in the page, it's already there. Okay. Chrome you will get it. Oh, is it? I have to just move on. Here, okay. I have to move like that. No, not it will not go. Asha, PDF is not full. It's not recognizing actually. Okay, just make it small. Small. I'll just go up. Actually, yeah, I will go for normal because participants may. Make it normal. Okay, okay. Just make it one. No. Okay. Just that. Sorry that I prepared in LaTeX actually. This is my first presentation in LaTeX. Myself Timura Venala, I'll be presenting my paper on tuning functional actual neural networks for software development effort estimation. I thank my collaborator, Professor Satydevi sir, for giving me an opportunity for writing this paper. Otherwise, it is not possible actually. Thank you. Uh, that's fine. This is a basic overview of my presentation. I'll be talking about my introduction a bit. Software development effort estimation is the process of estimating the effort. Fred Brooks actually, who is a Turing Award winner, has actually said that this is one of the three largest, greatest challenges in computer science. Reason being, in today's date, software is pretty ubiquitous, and the quality of life is basically dependent on diverse applications. Uh, and approximately, as per Gartner, by 2020, the report says that already $4 trillion are being spent on software. So estimating the software is one of the key motivation behind that. For that, we have a Smith's Devil Square, which talks about this. This particular circumference talks about the productivity of the software. When I say productivity of software, I mean to say that as a programmer, say I can give 1 KLOC for 40 days. Another programmer can give 1 KLOC for 55 days. That's productivity per person. It can be with respect to any other aspect also. So this circumference is my productivity. Nowadays in education system, people are using it as in a different technology. Size is called syllabus coverage, and the quality is how much content actually you are able to deliver. Now the problem here is that in Smith's Devil Square, everybody wants quality. If you want to improve the quality of a feature in software, then obviously I am stretching it. It's like I put 4 needles here.
These are all outward directions. So it so happens, now if I want to stretch this needle out, since this is my thread, the thread size circumference is same. So when I stretch it, the thread circumference, then productivity will not change, but I have to pay extra cost for that, for improving the quality. This is the problem identified long back. And if I keep my time constraint as a strict deadline, then size will reduce. What I mean to say is that customer has told me that to create 4 features, but I focused on one feature which is very critical, and unfortunately I could not deliver him the next 3 features. This happens across the world, across various projects. Gartner has given the research report, which is the research motivation. Before going to this slide, let me go to the Gartner's. This is my data set. Let me go to the Gartner's statistics group chaos report. Almost 52% of the projects are delivered late or delayed. Only 1/3 of the projects in the world are getting successful. This is the major challenge in today's days. That's the reason why people are interested in this particular area of effort estimation. Till date, it is happening across the world, and this data is taken from across 25,000 US projects, not Europe projects, US projects. And coming back to my data set, this is a very typical data set. You can see here why this data set is very important. This is heteroscedastic in nature. When I say heteroscedastic, the subpopulation, if I pick up, it has a different variance. So when you apply machine learning, it has been understood that you are using Gaussian distribution. The data set is normal distribution. Otherwise, machine learning, if you want to apply, you have to do something with that, because the error surface will not be convex. It will be, something different than convex, maybe multimodal problem. But this comes in econometrics. This particular problem comes in econometrics, and this domain also belongs to econometrics, where I have a variance from set of data points to set of data points. This challenge has to be addressed, and skewness is pretty high. That's the reason why this data also. People like me, we publish thesis and we write it, but strictly believing it's very subjective. Because even though I give a model and say that it's working well, strictly speaking, in industry, they can use it as decision support system, but they can't directly use the values. So we are assisting the software manager for decision support. So it acts as a decision support system. That's what. And the major problem why software delay is happening, as per Gartner, is that companies operate in non-stationary environment. I'm talking about software companies. Okay, and generally the manpower turnover, what you call attrition rate, is very high. 10 to 19% is there. In lockdown time, it went up to 25 to 50% because of startup revolution and all. These things are very common in software industry. So a key employee who works on a particular feature, he leaves the company abruptly, then obviously that particular product is or the service is stopped. So these kind of problems are non-stationary in nature. Okay, and apart from that, stringent deadlines are there. If somebody tells me to work 24 by 7, 7 days, then obviously my mental state will be quite different, even though I am capable. Fine. And new programming languages could be introduced because the client needs them. And my capability, my manpower, which I am hired, they don't have these skills. So they need some training. But that training time cannot be accommodated by client. And generally it happens. I have expertise in one domain for my team, and client needs suddenly some new thing. For example, say nowadays, if I work in suddenly my client looks for BSc Sensex, and I'm graduated now. I'm very good at Python and all, but Sensex BSc Mumbai works in same mainframe 60 years back COBOL, and that is not available in Google search also. That becomes new programming language for the new guy, new generation guy. This kind of problems are always there. Okay, now training could be required for that. These are the reasons why this field is quite contemporary. But however, as I said, it's not objective, it's pretty subjective. And I'm not hearing contributing too much to this research. I just extracted some views from my PhD thesis, which I have done, and this is the state of art which I have done. I have created my own classification, which will be relevant for all the people across the world. This is quite unpublished. Probably this is the first paper where I'm publishing this one. Apart from my thesis, I have divided that into 4 parts: empirical, which I say that educated guess, experts will be there. some Delphi techniques are there, where 10 experts will sit, all will be given sheets. I will give a view on that development and you will all write. Then after some time, that will be gathered by the moderator and he will give the priority of the features. That comes under here. Analytical estimation has sheets where it is useful in software maintenance, it is useful in development. This is useful in maintenance, where some scientific estimations are done. How much the operator will take, how much the particular equation will take, all this stuff. Algorithmic, very popular across all domains. You have univariate and multivariate. And multivariate is the one which is required in today's dates. We hear multivariate from our sense, from software development sense, is that as a programmer, what is my capability? Capability of writing code, as I say 40 days for one KLOC. Similarly, what is the environment I'm working? That is another attribute. Likewise, it becomes multivariate. Okay. Non-algorithmic. Anyway, these are all the things which already known. Yes. Sure, sir. And what I did is that I applied only the COCOMO dataset. All these datasets which I worked on, I'm not working on for this conference work. So what I did is that I took the same classic PSO, which I extracted from Swarm Intelligence Center. I applied that on my work to tune the parameters of plan. First time I introduced in 2009 in this domain. I thought that let me go for a retreat on that. So I applied PSO, same classical PSO. I have not contributed anything on that, to be frank. But the understanding level increased because now I could be able to write plan using linear algebra after learning deep learning a lot. Now improved PSO I have taken from Satyadev Sar's paper. He has published in 2012, where they have gone for this factors. Hope that these acceleration factors I need not talk about them. Lambda, they went for initial generations. When lambda is high, everybody knows that it goes for exploration. When it slows down, it's exploitation. So they did like this using this linear equation. The Cauchy mutation gives higher perturbation as compared to Gaussian mutation. I used only Cauchy mutation here. Adaptive PSO here, it's typical. Here we take function evaluations, then we take the average of that, and if the dispersion is high, sigma is high, then I will write greater than 1. The sigma is low, I'll write less than 1. This is how they actually tackle this factor called tau, which they actually again use for those two factors. I call this as from computer science point of view Jensen's inequality, but people call in a different way. That's a different thing. So this factor is controlled by this equation. They call forgetting factor here, but Jensen's inequality looks like this only. So after this, anyway, I applied RMSE, minimizing the RMSE. That's the goal, and I am trying to minimize, optimal weights I want to get so that my effort estimation is correct. I applied on COCOMO dataset of Berry Bowen. I'm not talking much about C1, C2 because I've directly taken from the data from there. Divided by equal to 4, I have taken that. Only thing why I have taken GA is that I found that PSO is continuous function and by default GA is discrete. So that's my justification that I clubbed up GA here. And that is cooperation and this is competition. That's where I have taken that. That's my logic of why I have chosen GA. Some people ask me why I have taken GA after finishing PSO. Then my logic is that, and these are my typical domain matrices. But here these two matrices I used for this conference, SA and delta. SA is I have to take 1,000 random guesses of the model. The model which I get, p-value nowadays became obsolete. By 2012, they've written already a paper. So standard accuracy came in this domain. They say that you take the data point, the output is already known. Remove the output, give 1,000 guesses of all other outputs. If that output this is able to guess, then you got the model by chance. It's not a robust model. So SA gives me the reliability of the model and it falls from 0 to 1. If it is near 1, model is reliable. If the model is reliable, I have to find out Cohen's delta. Cohen's delta talks about, again, the effects. How much effect it is giving. There are two populations. one is treated a new treatment, otherwise not with new treatment, then how is the variation between the mean that it actually calculates this delta. So 2 means difference divided by the pooled sigma. Pooled sigma means the model which I built and model the data set which I am having. That sigma I can take. Sometimes people take model sigma also. And if this value is 1 near 0, then obviously it means that it don't have any effect. Your model, what you have built, and before that model, effect is same. If it is 0.2, small difference. And 0.5, medium difference. 0.8 onwards, it has significant difference. But yeah, this is the stuff which I got in. So here it is 3 sigma, indicating that 3 sigma. The delta meaning here everybody got the reliability. So I took this delta to distinguish that my PSO plan itself working well for my data set. That's what the conclusion I got to ascend delta. I applied coincidentally. Which one? The base one I have taken, PSO C plan. C plan, existing one is BP plan. Yes, my BP C plan is my existing one. Yeah. I have just adopted other models. And I applied ascend data. All are becoming reliable, but effect size is changing here. The effect that model is giving more on the simple PSO, classic PSO. That's what I'm trying to do. That's it. Any questions? Yes, true. Which now NIT? I know. Teaching learning. I know that. I generally, from my side, I love only PSO, D, and because that it has a linear algebra combination. I'm into deep learning, so those things I intentionally left. I listened to his speech in 2009 in Chennai, but I'm not that much motivated.
No, that is not my question. My question is that these are parameter-based algorithm. You have applied PSO, variants of PSO, that's fine. But these are parameter-less algorithm. So do you think that parameter-less algorithms are equally also applicable for your this particular problem?
Parameter-less
algorithm.
Yes, we have two kinds of statistics, parametric and non-parametric. Non-parametric statistics talks about distribution-less work. That is already on. I did my PhD work. I did all non-parametric only. I talked about parametric. That's why I told you non-parametric also there, but I didn't show here. But people are now working on only a non-parametric. From our sense of point of view, parametric is all about you have a distribution, basically Gaussian distribution, non-parametric distribution free. When you say distribution free, there is no parameter. So you are not, you have minimal or no guess about the function which you are trying to model.
Okay.
That is what I understood. I'm working on that actually, but here I am not.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Hello. Enable editing first. Yeah. Okay, sure. A very good morning to all of you, respected the session chair and the other jury members, my faculty members and the participants, those who are present here for this particular presentation, optical sensor based on microsphere coated with agarose for heavy metal ion detection. Let me tell you that why we went for this particular why we went for this particular kind of research, because we found that in most of the cases, whenever the farmer wants that his yield is not there for his crop, then he is devastated. So he always, what does he do? He takes the soil and goes to the laboratory and tests that, and it takes a hell amount of time. And also he has to physically move to some of the paramount locations where this testing can be done, because this testing is not available everywhere. So what we have planned, we want to plan for a particular optical sensor which is cost effective, as well as it can be used directly on the field by the farmers. That is what our motto was. So if we could address this particular issue, then this particular research becomes more useful. So that is why the motivation came in. So first of all, in soils, the detection of micronutrients basically it is a most requirement for the soil health monitoring. Whenever the farmer plows or whenever he sows the different seeds, accordingly it has to find out how much amount of zinc or copper or nickel, cobalt, all these heavy metal ions are basically contribute towards the growth of the plant. So we have taken specifically zinc. In this case, we want to detect zinc in the soil, and we found that one particular research paper has this 0.69 mg per kg, or it is also known as parts per million ppm, as the critical limit for the sufficiency and deficiency of the zinc in the soil. So, an optimum zinc concentration in the soil can definitely guarantee the good crop yield, and that is what we are trying to address here. Also, we found that in the literature there are many different investigations have been made, but those investigations either they are complex or need some experimental setup. Whereas some of the approaches which I found in the literature, they basically do not address this. They are not able to detect this zinc up to 0.69 ppm. That is also an issue. So what we have done? So how we are going to? So how we are going to do this? That part I will come here, but we are using FDTD, numerical finite difference time domain method, for addressing this particular. This is a simulation based approach. This particular device has not been came into existence till now, and we are trying it. The reason being, this particular scale of manufacturing is not available in Orissa. So we will have to, or not in Andhra. So we have to go to either the Hyderabad glass factory or some other factories where this particular device can be designed. Anyway, so here, first of all, we'll see how it has been done. Here, this is our glass rod, and this is the sphere, microsphere, that is attached to the glass rod, and a plane wave of a wavelength range of 400 to 600 nanometer is passed through this particular rod. The refractive index of glass rod is 1.4, which is basically the refractive index of the silica. And the refractive index of this particular sphere is 1.64. So since there is a refraction change, so there will be the refraction and reflection kind of thing will be there. So due to when this particular optical ray passes through one medium to another medium, because this is of 1.4 and this is of 1.64. So a total internal reflection is there, due to which the light basically moves like this. Due to this total internal reflection, it gradually converts into a circular path. It rotates inside this particular microsphere tens of thousands of times until it is distracted by some kind of maybe optical rays or some changes in the intensity. So how this has been done? So what we have done here, so here we are changing the material. So if you look into this particular configuration, there are two materials we are using. One is agarose and another one is your dithizone. Dithizone is the material that basically clings to or basically closes to only zinc. It doesn't detect anything else. Agarose is a particular material which is hydrophilic in nature. So why we have used agarose and why you have dithizone? The reason being, agarose is a hydrophilic material. Because of that, it basically what does it do? It takes out the water content, and thereby it ensures that only zinc makes a change into that particular optical path of the light. So that is what the specificity we are talking about. And then, so how we are going to design this? I have already told, but before that we have done numerous different simulations. So we try to find out what would be the optimal radius of this sphere. If we look into this particular graph, the minimum reflection is here at this point. So for that particular wavelength, this is giving me the minimum reflection. That means what we are trying to find out. So here, the light enters through this particular rod, moves inside this particular microsphere until the dithizone attracts it. Once it attracts, then the light doesn't fall into this total internal reflection. So hence it comes out. So what we do, we detect the reflection of this microsphere here. That means light goes and comes out. So when this comes out, that we try to find out. Because some light will be absorbed by this particular microsphere due to loss of light, and some will be reflected back. So when it is reflected back, that is what we are trying to get into. So when we get into that, then we are trying to find out which is the minimum one, because reflection is the minimum, transmission is the maximum one. So what we do, we try to find out in what wavelength it is giving the minimum one. Accordingly, the particular side of the sphere is the radius of the sphere is detected. Similarly, for the radius of the cylinder, the same approach is maintained. Then what happens? We have got the length of the cylinder. We have to find out what length gives me the minimum reflection. So accordingly, the length is also identified, and the height of the coating that is also being identified. So here, if we look into this particular kind of thing, this agarose coating is to be given 10 micrometer. The height, the thickness, what we call it. The thickness of this coating has to be 10 micrometer, and the thickness of this dithizone has to be 10 micrometer. Then only your detection can be possible. Otherwise, that means the minimum wavelength can be detected from that, because we are trying to find out 0.69 ppm of zinc in the soil, which is the minimum one. So that is why we are maintaining that. And once we have identified all these configurations, then the design is been built into. But if you look into this, the length of this one is the length of this rod is 150 micrometer. The diameter of this particular sphere is 130 micrometer. So because this is a very small scale design, hence a farmer cannot basically take into the field. So for that reason, what do? We insert a glass rod of 1 meter length into this particular rod, and our circulator can be attached here. So this circulator has got 3 ports. One will be the source port, another one will be the detector port. Plus, this particular light will directly get into this particular glass, and then from this glass to this microsphere. So So this is how it is designed, and then we'll see that this is basically the refractive index of the zinc in the 8 which has already been taken. We have taken the same zinc concentrations, and if we look into this, our shift of wavelength is found. So since the shift of wavelength is found, hence it is quite possible that we can detect our zinc concentration from the refractive index change. And we also found that it linearly fit into this, our result linearly fit into this particular the calibration curve. So that is why, and it is having 0.99993, right? That is what the R square. But this can be improvised later on. So we have designed a novel zinc ion detection sensor based on the agarose coated microsphere resonator, and it was demonstrated that the sensor could detect zinc ion concentration between 0 and 170 ppm, and the sensor sensitivity is 3.1021 arbitrary unit per ppm, and the predicted lowest detectable zinc ion concentration is 0.01924 ppm, which will definitely detect our critical of the zinc in the soil. These are the references. Not necessarily, it is related to many things, sir. It is related to material science, physics, electronics, and computer science. Correct, sir. Yes, sir. Let me tell you how the cost will be decided. The cost of the sensor is decided. The number one part is that from the scientific point of view, the lowest one. That means scientist, researcher, we want to find out how lowest amount of zinc it can detect.
Yeah.
But from the farmer's point of view, the cost is what is the cost of the instrument, right?
True.
So we try to find out whether we can reduce this particular kind of thing or not. So if you look into this particular design, where is that? Yeah. In this design, this is glass rod. This is almost a silica kind of rod, 1.64, right? So since these are glass materials, so those are not so costly, whereas the instruments are more costly. This is number one. Number two, the material that we have used, agarose and diffusion, they are plenty available and they are not so costly also. So that is why this reduces the cost of this.
That is true, sir. But my question is that finally it will come as a product.
Correct, sir.
Right. So if you can estimate the cost by saying the existing cost is this one,
Exactly.
maybe for the farmer case, current sensors are not that much capable to do their work, or they are not that much costly. Your model maybe is better than the existing one. But if you do some kind of cost analysis or you target it to a particular application, it will be very efficient.
So that will be possible only when we design a prototype.
Exactly.
Once we design a prototype, then only we can
Yeah.
it out.
Exactly. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
thank you for giving me the opportunity to present this. Actually, this is a work done by me and one of the guys from Ethiopia and one of the professors from University of South Africa. So the credit goes to them also. And myself, Sudhir Mahapatra. And it is about prediction of software reliability using particle swarm optimization. And this is the outline of the presentation. And this is basically the introduction, how important software prediction is, the reliability of the software, how important that one. See, if you see the total development of the software cost, 60% of the cost is spent on testing, right? Actually, whatever now we are talking about this machine learning algorithms and IoT also, all of them there is a background software after your algorithm, you need to implement that, and that means we are building a software, a product, and that product should be tested properly. Otherwise, there may be human loss, there may be loss of money also. There are certain examples like this Ariane shuttle, NASA Ariane shuttle which collapsed after 37 seconds. It is because nearly a integer overflow. Merely because of integer overflow, they have not tested it properly. So the what variable they have taken, that is overflow. That's why that Ariane shuttle collapsed in 1990 or so. AT&T Bell Lab, AT&T Communications in the US, their whole network collapsed for I think 45 minutes and a billion of dollar loss if we calculate it in terms of money. And the last time when I was there in Ethiopia, at that time there was a there in I think Debra Beach, there was a plane crash. It is a Boeing 737 aircraft, and they found initial investigation found that it is because of the software they are using, automated pilot software. Still investigation going on. After that, they have shut down that particular software for 1 year. The next is I have chosen this picture to demonstrate there is a myth that developers are more popular than that of testers, which is also not correct. The testers are the guy who tests the software and assure that if we will use it, then that is reliable. Then these are some of the things from my our literature review, like reliability of the software has regularly been among the major issues. As I have told you, 60% of the cost of a project. Software development does not mean development of application software only. It is about everything. Maybe it is for a MRI machine. It is for something critical like for a NASA shuttle also, for ISRO shuttle. It may be anything. Whatever we are implementing, that is a software. The next, software reliability is an important problem in which no single model can answer the problem of software reliability. This is all about, there is a theorem called a no free lunch theorem, which say that if we are using a soft computing model, there is a chance that another soft computing model outperform that. There is a chance. It may not outperform also. So there is a popular mathematical theorem which is called as no free lunch theorem. Like I had asked a question to my previous presenter. Nowadays there are algorithms which are non-parametric also. There are no parameters. So they may have advantage, they may have disadvantage. That can be possible once we apply that. Next is development intelligent approach, for instance, genetic algorithm and particle swarm optimization. So this is one of the problems which can be addressed by many nature inspired or soft computing approach. So we have used this particle swarm optimization. It is not a first work where PSO is used. We have used chemical reaction optimization, other optimization. So this is a continuation of our work to explore whether it is giving a better result or not. That is what we are going to do. The next is our assumptions are like a software system is subject to software failure at random times caused by software. So when we develop a software, the tester find out some bugs onto that. It is his job. As a developer, we develop it. Tester is a good tester if he finds bugs on that. If he could not able to find, he is a bogus fellow. So now see, that means at a particular development timeline, a software comes up with bugs and we have to fix it. That is the first assumption. Second assumption is each time a software failure occurs, the software error which caused it is immediately removed. Yes, it should be fixed immediately. That means once it occurs, the tester will fix, the developer will fix it. Tester detect, developer fix it. So we have used here software reliability growth model. There are two different models. So we have used them, and this is what the flow of it. Because of the paper restriction, I could not use this image in our paper. So definition of delay, say first we need to make a S-step model, then pre-processing of the data, then data structure definitions, then development of tool using PSO, error estimation, then assessment. The fast value reliability predictions here, we are using these equations. Actually, basically, when we model something using nature-inspired algorithm, we have to go for initial population, and that problem should be framed according to the requirement of the existing algorithm. So these equations we have used, it is like a Poisson distribution where where these are A is the expected cumulative number of errors. A is the expected cumulative number of errors. That means let's say a time if my software is of 30 days development time it will took. Day 2 there are 5 errors. Day 7 there are 2 errors. That means the cumulative value is 7. Day 10 let's say another 2 errors. So cumulative value is 9. In that way. So it is about T is about time and A is about the cumulative errors during the whole testing process. The parameter B is represent the failure detection rate. Okay, how much failure the tester detects. So these two parameters is used. Then the pre-processing of the data. The data set we have taken it from SIR produced by SIR is very popular in computer science, sorry, in software engineering, particularly in testing. I think for North Carolina University, they have made it public. So you can log in and you can download those data sets, even your test case also. And we have used NASA data set. There are two columns. Each of the data files has two columns. One is failure number. Second one is the occurrence of that failure. So the data set, the features of the data set is like one column you have the failure number, then the failure occurrence time. And in these two columns, the first one is, the second one is the column 2, which is the time, is treated as independent variable. That means the occurrence of the failure is a dependent variable on the time. So that's what we are going to predict. Then that's what we will use for our prediction. Then in the failure function T, in the failure occurrence time, we do not know the value of A and B. Here our job is to find the value of A and B, so that in the next model, once we get some value, automatically if we got an exact A, B value, these two parameter value, we can predict that this is the reliability of the software. Like, these are the parameters we have like this inertia, then this swarm, individual direction, then there are group directions, then this swarm size, and number of epoch or generation is not dependent on a particular variable, rather it depends upon group mean square error value. Once error is less, once error is below threshold value, then we should stop. So stopping criteria will be automatically self-learned by that one. Then it is about the data structure. As I have told you, there are two in our data set. There are two columns. So how the initial population, initial terms are created, that thing is represented here. Then it is about the data set we have used, that in NASA data set. There are 5 projects, sorry, 11 projects, and number of lines. These are of different programming language. Python is not available in SIR repository till now. That's why we are not taken that. Student programming like Java, Perl, C++, these are the line of code. These are the number of modules or functions on that, and effective modules percentage. These are. So these are actually, you can say, mutated error present on that. Mutated means it is intentionally inserted into those projects. And this is the error detection capability of the model. So this is what we find out. Okay, so we have compared with neural network, sorry, support vector machine, random forest, KNN, even genetic algorithm also. And the result, you can see the result here. This is the visualization of the previous table. Then the relationship between the different, this is correlation analysis. If you see the correlation values, sometimes it is negatively correlated, sometimes it is positively correlated. And this is my our conclusion. The error detection capacity varying. It is not constant actually. It changes. Okay. So we need further experiment on this value so that the error, the variability can be reduced. Okay. So you can see there is a change in the iteration. The predicting value are changing in between 89.56 to 94. It is also a very huge number. See, in terms of the criticality of the software, high means very. These two are classification techniques like your SVM, and in case of KNN clustering, actually previously there are one in our reference. They have used the same data set. So whatever value they have done, so we have used it. No, we have. Yeah, we have taken and we have referred them also, cited them in the document. The motivation is like as I have told you, the no free-lunch theorem say that all the one meta-heuristic may be outperformed by another. No, it is not my excitement. It is about exploring the possibility of the result. It is not about my excitement. It is about how much this particular algorithm is giving me, because till now on reliability there is a few are from PSO and their parameters are also different. Positive. Oh, yes, it is very wonderful. Yes. It is basically a statistical model. Yes. Hmm. Yes. No, my in Poisson equation, my job is to find out the value of A and B. A and B, these two parameters value. Once we will get a exact value, then the model is built. That will be next time you are going to give this failure and value automatically predict. So here the job is to find out the A and B by this. So in a different angle, I am not saying that it is not done. It is done. Yes, we have written. One of my co-authors here has written Python. Inbuilt tool, if you are going to use inbuilt tool, so we have to stick with that tool parameters, right? So that tool is also developed by somebody. So maybe he has developed not in a generalized problem. That tool may not be suitable for all the problems. It may be suitable for some classes of problems. How many? I'm going to use. I am going to optimize the two parameters. Only. Yes. So that's what I did in the intermediate stage. We are working on this. There are many things to do for this work. Currently, we are taking from literature in our literature, what parameters they have suitable for reliability, statistical model. Those we are taking currently. But in our we are planning for further experiment to prove that value are correct or not. Any more questions?
Regarding your data set, how many features are there in your data set?
There are two. This
You mentioned two columns, right?
Two
That's all only.
types is there.
Okay. But I think in software they are also considering mean time between paid apps.
It depends what type of growth one, like has told the person, what type of model I am using. It depends.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank
Please.
you. Same means. हाँ. No, fitness also never will be fixed. It varies from role to role. No. Thank.
Hello. Question. Hello. My question is what to convergence side.
Yes.
So right there, PSO algorithm which is used for software reliability prediction. So are the PSO algorithm developed for prediction or optimization?
It is optimized.
So how the prediction is taking place here?
Yeah. So once I saw expression to you here. Yeah. Okay. So let's say like in all the machine learning models, it is not machine learning, but once you have a particular A value, because the software prediction, once you got the information, this time series data, if you got this A value, then you can put that value and you can predict data and
Your title is reliability prediction using PSO.
yes.
So how you predict the reliability using PSO? PSO is only used for the optimization. Either you have to minimize the performance function or maximize the replacement function.
So using PSO in this model, using PSO, you got a value of A and B, right? So this mu T is about predicting a value whether it is correct or not. So software is reliable or not. So let me clarify. I am using PSO to calculate this two value. Once the equation value, the equation you build, the what next software you bring the value it there. It will give you the reliability, whether it is reliable or not. So you have a threshold value for reliability, right? A number. So if it is within that number,
One.
yes. So if you got a number like 94%, 80%, so you have to decide. The machine will decide whether it is reliable or not. Okay. So reliability is nothing like a text. It should be within a value so that it will give a value to you. Thank you.
Yeah, Surya.
ये सब गूगल मीट तो आसो ना तुम गोटे तुम प्रेजेंटेशन जाऊन तो गीत बोला ना
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Dwarikanath Chaudhary. So my paper effective optimization of EMG-based artificial prosthetic limbs. So here it goes, the paper. So basically, sir, artificial prosthetic limbs means, sir, if someone doesn't have hands, normally in today's case, they are using a normal bionic hand. It's just mechanical, no AI, no software, nothing in that. So what I'm trying to do is collecting the EMG signal, the muscle readings. I'm trying to make it the prosthetic limb into an artificial prosthetic limb. That means without any mechanical operations, it will automatically fetch the data from the EMG sensor, and then it will go and using AI, using controller, it will automatically move the fingers using servo motor. So these four are the main objectives of the paper. The first was to be cost effective. Generally, in developed nations, the bionic arms cost around 35 to 80 lakhs. Plus, it is very heavy. So the prime objective was to make it cost effective as well as to loosen the weight. Second one was to develop the CAD model of the human hand prototype. Third was to 3D print the whole prosthetic hand, and the fourth was to detect the muscle contraction, where muscle contraction readings can be taken accurately. Here we have done some literature reviews. Now the two research gaps which I told you, in developed nations, prosthetic limbs, there is a company named Bionics. It sells its fingers for 35 lakhs and the whole hand for some around 60 to 80 lakhs. Weight of prosthetic limb. As we have a hand, they also need that kind of hand. And actually they are made up of heavy metals, aluminum and steel fiber, composite fiber. So these are the methodologies. So during the starting of the project, we had two models. First, in the first model, we thought of having three motors placed over here, and the finger movements we will be doing through strings. And here we have five motors for five fingers. But finally, we choose this one only because if there will be a single servo for single hand, single finger, it will be better for me. So this is the CATIA design. I have designed it. We have designed, I along with my guide. CATIA. So it is the finger, the, the palm. Uh, Initially it was designed, but now it has been changed. So it is this part. This is the whole thing. These five are the five servo motors. It's just a cap to be kept over here. Here it's palm. It is just a rotatory handle over here, and the five fingers. These are the connections to be made through strings. Now for 3D printing, the material we choose is PLA, polylactic acid. Why? Because high temperature resistance,
Conference,
low
I thought I'll
humidity, and
a bit kind of thing. So that is how the life is going on.
sir, actually, as I told that was the previous model. This
And
is the newly 3D printed model. It is this part
I'll listen how the boys
along
perform.
with
One more
the
thing,
five
best
servo
system
motor.
because I think
This is the
India
palm.
class one
The
best
fingers
system.
aren't attached. Only
One of
five.
the paper. The brain computer interface I
One,
developed it
two,
with
three, four, five.
easy
It is the palm only. The fingers aren't attached yet. It is
50,000 rupees.
fully 3D printed.
They are all studying right now in US.
Again, this is the assembled part. This was there at the
Still
starting.
guides how
12
to
parts.
ship it.
Assembled it to this. Now for our testing, so we required four things: servo motor,
One is non-Euclidean geometry
EMG
and
muscle center,
GIS,
cable, and Arduino board.
pedagogic science of
So this is the
especially
basic part of the experiment. What we were doing is through EMG sensor, we were giving input to the Arduino. Arduino accordingly converted the digital signal into analog signal, and made actuation through servo motor. Just a basic block diagram. So this is the circuit that we have made. Here's a transformer, And this is the EMG sensor. This is the servo. This is an illustration. Initially it was off. Now it is turned on. You will see according to my movement, this sensor will be, the servo will be revolving. So sir, from that setup, we considered three, four things. Yeah. So first thing was, sir, actually we all are biologically different. So it was the first challenge was whether the EMG signals we are get in someone I may get it from here, someone I may get it from here. So the first conclusion I got from the experiments that it is universal for all. Although they are biologically different, although we have many different changes in plants and all, but we can get the EMG signal at a point over here, which is universal in everyone. There are different points, but this point is universal for getting the EMG signal that we want per finger. So actually we have taken 10 readings, and I have also mentioned, I have written down those 10 readings in the paper. And so this is just the graph of that reading of 10 subjects. Actually, these are my school friends or college friends only. So someone is of more weight, more height, distinguished. All 10 subjects are distinguished in physically. This is the analysis report. So here you can see subject 1 to subject 10, irrespective of their body weight, height, and arm length, the readings were almost equal. We got readings from here only in all those 10 cases. Yeah. So coming to the conclusion, actually, this is not the end of the project. There's many things to be done further. So this was just the mechanical part of the project. Now, means the future scope only. So there are many things to be done here. First thing, we have just got the EMG readings from the finger, means from EMG readings from the movement. Now we have to work on the EMG readings and comply it such that we are taking the readings from the this part, we can directly write an algorithm where, for the servo motors to act similar as the normal human hand. The second thing is there is a lack of pressure tip sensor in this project, which I can use for future. I can tell as a future scope. Generally, what happens is the hand which come now using voice control, like it's something like this. Open, so it will open. It will be opening like this. Close means it will be closing like this. But at the point I have told close, it will be again from it's the end point. But from here also it will be applying some pressure. But if we will use a pressure sensor in this fingertip, according to the pressure over here that we will get through the controller, it can work accordingly. Like if I am telling open, it is opening, close, it is closing. At the most endmost point, it will stop. It will not go further. It will not apply much pressure on that. Right. So that's much. Sir? Yes, sir. Yeah, yes, sir. There we were only capturing the signal from the same part. So I have given the whole table of 3 to 4 pages in my book. Yes, sir. Yes. Sir, actually, I'm been incubator over here. So, yeah, Utkal, I'm funded by Utkal University and Government of Odisha. So yes. I'm currently studying in Silicon Institute of Technology. So, but I'm the is the part I have completed yet. I'm just publishing that part. Sir, everything is 3D printed. And 3D printing such small parts and assembling is the most difficult part over here. Yes, sir, there's 3D printer. then we have to put it inside, interlock. This part is half of the hand. Half of the hand, motors are already placed. The other half is remaining. This is the only half. The upper half is remaining. In the first one. So yes, because the reason is that five fingers, if I'm five things are working independently and no one is interconnected, so I will get more efficiency in movement of each finger, particular finger. Simply five fingers. Five for motor better option.
Hello. Sir, please unmute yourself and
Yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. Can I start? Hello. To the chair. Good afternoon and good afternoon to everybody attending the conference there.
hello. Am I audible, sir?
I can listen to you.
Yes. Yes,
You
sir.
listen to me?
Yes, yes, yes. You are audible. Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah. Can I start? Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. You can
Yes,
continue,
yes.
sir.
Yes, once again, good afternoon and Jai Jagannath. My name is Dr. Narayan Paningrai. Along with me is our Panth, who will be actually giving the complete proceeding of this paper. I will just outline. This paper is about creating a smart voice-based interface for a geographical information system. As you all know, a geographical information system is all about digital maps, satellite images, and bathymetry are the sea electronics navigation charts and their manipulation like open, zoom, scroll, maneuver, and navigate. And all these things are all the time is done through a mouse pointer or through a menu-based system. The idea is that if a soldier has to operate this kind of system, keeping its hands free, which can be made use for other purposes, how you can operate such a system. That is the idea. Therefore, the smart menu-based system is authenticating the user through voice, opening the map through voice, identifying the location through voice, and maneuvering and navigating through voice. That's why it's a smart voice-based navigation system using GIS. Now, my co-author and the student, Mr. Shivam Pant, will give you a detail about what is a geographical information system, how we designed this system, and what the innovation in it. Because time immemorial, this voice-based systems like now this Alexa and all things are coming are using Kaladi. Kaladi is a open source voice-based system by Caltech. Now we are trying to make an indigenous and voice-based system which will recognize the voice of the user, find its signature, authenticate whether it's a appropriate user or not, and understand, isolate the command and isolate and execute. So with this preamble, the innovation and design and finally its summary will be explained by Mr. Shivam Pant. Thank you. Thank you to the chair. Over to Shivam.
Thank you, sir. Sir, you please mute yourself.
Yeah, I can.
Sorry. हाँ. Hello. Hello. Hello, sir. Hello. Hello. Continue. I'll call him and I'll tell him. Okay. You can. Meeting right now, so that. Yeah. You close because no, actually he'll be involved. He was there for 2 minutes. I'll talk to him. Yeah, I'll contact him. Should I call him? Can you make my photo or video? Can you make my photo or video? Three video. Video is for this. And photo. Okay. I can tell. Huh? Short videos. Okay, yeah. Actually, Bhubaneswar is his hometown. So that's why he was more concerned that I want to attend the meeting. That's why I arranged it. He was planning to come, but due to some circumstances, he couldn't come. Huh? Where? Sorry? No. Actually, I was a project trainee in DRDO. Then after, now I am full-time working in projects of DRDO. Bangalore, Care Laboratory. Here, I just came Bangalore only for 2 days. No, for today and tomorrow, both days conference I'll attend, and then Sunday morning alone. Good evening to everyone present. So my name is Shivam Pant. As Sir gave some of my introduction, currently I'm working in one of the projects of DRDO, Care Laboratory, which is Center for Artificial Intelligence and Robotics in Bangalore. So the topic for this conference is designing a smart voice-based assistant for a menu-driven system, which is GIS, also known as Geographic Information System. You connected? Okay. So inside the laboratory, we have created a query-based virtual assistant named Naksha, and I'll brief about. I'll give a short description what we'll be discussing. So we'll be starting with a brief introduction about what is GIS and why we need GIS. The stage 2 will talk about the problem statement given by the organization. Third stage would be virtual assistant modules. Moving on, we'll be discussing about the design and implementation part, and in the end, the result and the future scope that lies with the presentation. Okay. So why GIS? This is a very interesting question. We all know about the physical and the political map that we used to study in geography class, but we don't know the scope. If we go inside that map, what all things can we do? That is why GIS came into existence. It is capable of doing operations that we as an individual can't think of just by looking inside a physical or a political map. What kind of operation it can do? For example, I've given a brief two examples. You can see this image. This is our basic map that we have seen, but inside this software, we can see there is a heading given mission planning thread dome. So how has this been created? This is a geographic information system software which is creating all these different kind of objects on top of your imagery layer or on top of your maps. Like this is an ENC chart. ENC is an electronic navigation chart, which is used by Indian Navy and also used by several fishermen or enterprise level people who are dealing in navigational departments. So that's why GIS is needed, because we can do several kind of operation, be it in Air Force, be it in Navy, be it in any source related to map. What is GIS? As I already discussed, it is a computerized mechanism to capture, store, display, query, and analyze geographic data. It provides visual representation of global knowledge about the world. So if I divide GIS, I can see that there is a spatial data and a non-spatial data. What exactly is a spatial data? Spatial data is the data which talks about the location or extent of geography. For example, see this. Here you can see that I've given a brief crop description of a particular location. Okay, so as you can see, this is a spatial data. You can only see the objects. You can only see the things that I am showing you. You can only see the location. That's it. Okay. Another example we take. What I'm highlighting here is a location. Okay, a geographic location. This is also one of our special data operation. I'm showing different kinds of objects, like I can show highways or I can show any different kind of things. So all these types of operation are spatial data operations. Okay, I'm not dealing with numbers here. I'm just dealing with the location and the extent of geographic data. But here, this is a non-spatial data. Stores detail of the geographic data. For example, I go to like Utkal University. I pinpoint Utkal University. Can I get the longitude and the latitude of that university inside my map? What is the latitude and longitude of that university? That is the non-spatial data, because now we are dealing with the figures. We are not dealing with the location. So this sums up the types of data we are using in GIS. Now the layerization. What if I break that map inside my GIS software? How I will explain it? Like if you want to explain something to a 5-year-old, exactly how you will be explaining a map which you know to a GIS software. First, you will cut it out into imagery, then elevation, then water features, then landmarks, boundaries and demographic, transportation. And the best part is this layer is your data. Your data is the overlaid data that you are using. Whatever thread domes creations I did, whatever ENC chart manipulations I'm doing, whatever air transporting, or if I'm locating a particular range mark, anything, that is my data that I am imposing on top of a layer. So that is the kind of capability that GIS has right now. So now we are moving on to my topic. GIS is somewhat clear to us. Now we are moving to so the objective of the organization was to operate GIS through voice command by an authorized user who is authenticated through speech signature. Like this is a user, there is a speech signature. Now we want the authentication. Authentication can be anything, like if you are speaking something, then first it will ask you a query. If you know the answer to the query and you give that, then only the system will be unlocked. And then after whatever command you gave as an input, like I want to go to Bhubaneswar, I want to go to Utkal University, then only it will show that as an output. So this is the creation which is also in process right now. We have not reached fully. Other objectives are basically that we wanted a system that works on geographic data seamlessly. So I have also discussed about Alexa and Siri, which would come in everyone's mind if I am discussing about voice assistant. You might be thinking, Alexa, Siri, what about that? Why not using that? I will share that also. Other than that, we wanted a system that we can modify in future, that only DRDO has true access to, and only we can modify that. It should not be available worldwide. Okay, and a system that is capable enough to understand query-based command. So our main focus was only to query-based command. This will also give an explanation in the forward slide. Okay. So the problem statement. Now let's go to the problem statement. This is an example. Okay, video call with Cheryl. You give this command to the voice assistant. Video call with Cheryl. So the next part is video call with Cheryl. What here we are doing is Cheryl is the query for us. If the system gets this query Cheryl, then it will check inside the database if there's any person with similar word Cheryl. Okay, we got that person. We got the employee ID, and then the command can be executed that video that particular person. Like that. This is an example I'm giving. Like that, I wanted to create something for the voice assistant that we are using currently. So we were done with the problem statement. We knew what we wanted. Now we wanted to see that whatever we are doing in this organization, does it have any scope? Do we have anything solid to tell the people that yes, we have put all the analysis and then we have created something. So for that, we use a software where I first extracted all the papers from 1999 to 2021, and I scraped all the data, all the abstract and everything from that paper, and software which is named was viewer. I created these analysis, which I will explain. So the first analysis. This is basically an analysis which shows I have taken several tags such as voice assistant, automatic speech recognition, and machine learning, and NLP, natural language processing. And with the tags, I searched amongst the paper starting from 1999 to 2021, and I could see that the maximum researches where these kinds of words have been used inside the paper, the maximum holdings of these were by the China. China was holding the maximum amount of researches done in the field of speech assistant, voice assistant, ASR, and natural language processing. Along with China, USA, Australia, and Ireland were working hand in hand. India still have a lot of scope to work in this field. So this was one of the analysis. The second analysis, I wanted to see that, okay, voice assistant, we are clear, but what other capabilities are there? What are other keywords are there which we can combine with voice assistant? So after this software did all the manipulations, we could get these results. Voice assistant keyword was attached to several kind of keywords, similar like machine learning, Internet of Things, artificial intelligence, convolutional neural network, automatic speech recognition. So by this, we were somewhat clear that we are going in a good way. Like our research is in a domain that is growing right now. Okay. And the last was a metadata set. A metadata analysis with voice assistant and automatic speech recognition combined. This gave us several keywords that are interlinked to one another. We could easily understand the relation that we can create with voice assistant and speech analysis, voice assistant and cognitive decline. Voice assistant was related to Alzheimer's disease also. So we have a lot of, yeah. So this was the basic method that we were taking. Yeah. So this was the basic methodology, the problem statement analysis, the data set creation, the importing of the library, implementation, and assigning queries as per the given voice command on the dataset, testing the model in various circumstances, and then after comparing the essential aspect, that is the word error rate percent of any voice assistant. So this part is a very interesting part. Why not use Alexa? This is your Alexa. So let's open this. As we can see, as Alexa consists of Alexa Skills Kit, AWS Lambda, AWS Dynamo Database. So I will explain this in brief. Why we are not using Alexa? Because all these three things need internet connectivity at some part. And we had to restrict ourselves from the internet connectivity. Alexa Skills Kit is an app in your App Store and a Play Store where you can also add commands. So you see the results that you are adding is worldwide available, and that is not what our requirements were. Hence, we were restricting ourselves from these kinds of voice assistant which were available to everyone. These were the modules, PyTTSX3, which is used for the conversion and can work offline. This was a speech recognition module. OS lets us interact locally and web browser if needed. This was the API that we were using for voice assistant, which was SAPI. So this was the basic implementation part, though I can't disclose much of the source code, but yeah, this was the basic importing of the libraries and the speech-based interface, which was integrated. So this was a testing that we did. Okay, we kept the gadgets at the laboratory, which was having warfare sounds, which with 105 decibel volume, and then we tested our model by commands. And as you can see here, I gave three commands: open maps, open new tab, open new tab. Open maps when I gave, we had our specific command to go to the respective care laboratory. So when I did that, it was able to reach that particular location even when there was a 105 decibel gadget kept just beside the assistant while we were speaking this command. This was needed because our assistant might be used in places where there is such kind of circumstances into existence. So it was capable enough to do all the three commands. As you can see, tabs were also open, and we were able to relocate to the particular position for which we had given the function open maps. So further on, we tested with some different kind of example also. Can you play some music? I want to listen music, or play me some music. Different intent. So same intent, but different commands. Then also it was able to execute it, and we were able to enter to that particular location. This was the waveform so that we could analyze that if there is any distortion while we are speaking or not. Okay, so there was no such big distortion. This was a spectrogram which we created as part of our result to see that if a person is speaking, if a person or an assistant is speaking, what is the intensity of the voice? Will it be able to hear a particular? If a person will be able to hear in circumstances where there is a warfare or there is a very bad situation, will the assistant be able to speak and the person will be able to hear? So this shows that it was very much under the human ear voice index, okay, which is 20 hertz to 20. Further, we did some more results which was not in our objective, but we could see that the Kaledi ASR which was existing had 25% word error rate percent, okay, but our assistant Naksha, which we created, when we tested that, it came down to 16.51%. Though it was not our objective, we were not concerned about the word error rate reduction. We were concerned only about to create a system query based. But then also we had a great success in dropping down this word error rate percent. The topic is simple. We want more data related to geography, related to GIS. And through that data, we want to create a system which is like natural language processing intent-based system. But we will not focus on the data set that is available worldwide. We want people to add more commands in our GIS data set. We want people to add more geographic related commands. And only through them that we will create our new application. We will create our new training models through NLP. So that is the future scope currently we are working on. That will be all. Error rate is word error rate is basically the incorrection divided by the total commands you give. Okay. So like we didn't have a proper test for this. Like if you check online, then Kaledi based DSR has a word error rate of 25%, which is available. And Naksha Assistant is based on SAPI, okay, speech application programming interface. And that speech application programming interface has a word error rate percent of 16.51%. So it's not like it's our novel creation. We ended up here, but our objective was only to create a system that can understand a query. For example, if you say music, I don't want to play music by saying music. I want to go to a particular location which nobody knows. That's what DRDO wanted. They want a query that nobody knows. But the functionality inside query is created by the persons. So only query based. I don't want a system that is intent based. Like if I say something, it should be done like that, which Alexa and Siri do. We want a system, specific query nobody knows. That query, what that query will do, nobody knows. If I say happy birthday, what I want to do espionage inside Afghanistan, and the query word is happy birthday. So the person inside the organization knows that the query is happy birthday, the other person doesn't know if anyone is accessing. Happy birthday means to locate a particular location inside Afghanistan. So that was the objective. Before that, curly based CSR was simply what it was doing is a simple sentence. That was, if a person missed even single word, then it will not, the command will not take, it will not come. That was quality based ASR. But they want to improve with only one query. They can do functionality. Only one query or two queries. If I miss a particular sentence, the query is there. If I say this is not going right, so right is the query word. If I say this is not, that is not, so then I have that is not a problem. But the query word is right. So like that, we have to create a query based assistant. That was our objective. No, it's limited to actually the testing part. Even the test. Even the testing part, I'm not the part of the testing part. I was only the part of the design bit. Yeah. Hmm. Hmm. See, see, the commercialization, the problem is whatever. Yeah. 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 No, that is not the point. Problem statement is the point. Even I wanted to create something that I can commercialize. But what is the restrictions given to me by the organization? That is the point. I have to create something that they have asked. So they asked query based. Yeah, yeah. See, see GIS. Hmm. No, but the problem is like there is an organization similar to DRDO in US, DARPA. Okay, GPS was invented there. Okay, but the problem was they logged GPS. They were not earlier sometime. Now we have the access to GPS, but earlier they didn't give access to GPS to anyone for several years. So why did they? Yeah, sure. Yeah, yeah. Okay. Okay. Uh, hmm. Sorry, it is. You can decrypt happy birthday as Afghanistan. Okay, you are saying that CP, which is. Huh. No, how will you decrypt the query? Please explain. No, it's still under process. I'm not saying that a product is ready. I'm designing this. No, that's not why. It's a good thing for me. Uh, yeah, yeah. But if open tab is something else. The point is not to give the functionality right, or if you can. Uh, uh, definitely, I'll take this input. Sure, sure. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot.
हौले से धीमे
Good evening, everyone. We're a little bit late today. Anyway, we are happy that we are going to be putting the session of today's general to invite our respected Udai Kumar Tripathi sir, Professor, Department of Computer Science and Engineering, University, Bhubaneswar. Sir is very personal, and he is also internationally acknowledged for his research and student friendly and all related activities, academic activities, for his guidance. Many students have been motivated in the area of SAR has lots of research publications, SCI publications, and the H index is also very good. You can see the profile of Professor H.K. Tripathi sir from the Google. So it is a proud privilege to invite Tripathi sir to become the session chair of the occasion. Along with, I also welcome session co-chair Mr. Biswajit Naik of Utkal University, Department of Computer Science. Without having much delay, now I request Professor H.K. Tripathi sir to carry forward the session. And all the students, you are also being welcome to the Utkal University, and being a convener of this international conference. I sincerely thank for your interest to our conference and seeing that you also prosper in all ways in your future career. Thank you very much. Now over to Tripathi sir for the starting of the session.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for a nice and elaborative introduction about me. And so it's my privilege also to be the part of this conference, ICIICC. So thank you very much and warm welcome you once again. Now, without any delay, we'll go and start the presentation. So, any rule regulation? Sure. So, the total presentation time is maximum 10 minutes, and we'll go for a 7 to 8 minutes your presentation, and 2 minutes we'll go for a question and answer session. So all of you will be stick up with the time schedule what we have allotted to you. So please be proceed. Paper ID 8437 Ashraf Alam.
Yes, sir. Good evening, sir. Shall I share the screen, sir?
Yeah, please proceed.
Sir, is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Okay. So a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries present here. I am Ashraf Alam from IIT Kharagpur, and the title of my presentation is Foundation for the Future of Higher Education or Misplaced Optimism, Being Human in the Age of Artificial Intelligence. Now, because of paucity of time, I'll just go through what is relevant. So whilst artificial intelligence in education, that is often called AI Ed, has been around for about 30 years, it is still unclear for educators how to make pedagogical advantage of it on a broader scale and how it can actually impact meaningfully on teaching and learning in higher education. This paper addresses the following research questions by means of a systematic literature review. One is, how have publications of AI in higher education developed over time? In which journals are they published? And where are they coming from in terms of geographical distribution and the author's disciplinary affiliations? Second is, how is AI in education conceptualized and what kind of ethical implications, challenges, and risks are considered? And third is, what is the nature and scope of AI applications in the context of higher education? So in this context of higher education, we used the concept of the student life cycle as a framework to describe the various AI-based services on the broader institutional and administrative level, as well as for supporting the academic teaching and learning process in a narrower sense. Talking about methods and methodology, this contribution maps 146 articles on the topics of artificial intelligence in higher education. Here tables 1 and 2, here table 2 and table 1. So the initial search string shown in table 1 and inclusion exclusion criteria shown in table 2 for this systematic review included peer-reviewed articles in English, reporting on artificial intelligence in education, and indexed in any three of the
international databases, IBESCO, Web of Science, and Scopus. The search was undertaken in November 2018 with an initial 2,656 records identified. After duplicates were removed, it was decided to limit articles to those published during or after 2007. Here, talking about screening and inter-rater reliability, the screening of 1,549 art titles and abstracts was carried out, and at the first screening stage, there was a requirement of sensitivity rather than specificity. Inter-rater reliability was excellent for the coding of inclusion and exclusion criteria. After initial screening, 332 potential articles remained for screening on full text. However, 41 articles could not be retrieved either through the library order screen or by contacting authors. Therefore, 291 articles were retrieved, screened, and coded. And following the exclusion of 149 papers, 146 articles remained for synthesis. Talking about coding, data extraction, and analysis, in order to extract the data, all articles were uploaded into systematic review software EPII reviewer, and a coding system was developed. Descriptive data analysis was carried out with the statistics software R. There was a noticeable increase in the papers published from 2007 onwards, which we can see here. The numbers of included articles grew from 6 in 2007 to 23 in 2018. Here, the paper included in the sample were published in 104 different journals. The greatest number of articles were published in International Journal of Artificial Intelligence in Education, that is 11, followed by Computers and Education, 8, and International Journal of Emerging Technologies in Learning, that is 9. Here, table 3 lists 19 journals that published at least 2 articles on AI in higher education from 2007 till 2018. Now, for the geographical distribution analysis of articles, the country of origin of the first author was taken into consideration. That is 38 countries. Table 4 shows 19 countries that contributed at least 2 papers, and it reveals that 50% of all articles come from only 4 countries, that is USA, China, Taiwan, and Turkey. The affiliation of first author was taken into consideration. Researchers working in departments of computer science contributed by far the greatest number of papers, that is 61, followed by STEM departments, 29. Only 9 authors come from an education department. Some reported dual affiliation with education and computer science, that is 2, education and psychology, that is 1, and education and STEM, that is 1. Total of 13 papers, that is 8.9% to 8.9%, were written by first authors with an education background. Thus, it is noticeable here that 3 of them were contributed by researchers from Teacher College at Columbia University, New York, USA, and they were all published in the same journal, that is International Journal of Artificial Intelligence and Education. So, yeah, the basis for many AI applications are learner models or portfolios that allow prediction, for example, of the likelihood of a student dropping out of a course or being admitted to a program in order to offer timely support or to provide feedback and guidance in content related matters throughout the learning process. Yeah, the accurate prediction of students' academic performance is of the importance for making admission decisions as well as providing better educational services. Profiling students and modeling learning behavior helps predict their academic achievements at the course level. I'll skip the findings because of paucity of time. I'll come to the conclusion, what the conclusion of my paper is directly because of lack of time. Yeah. So yeah, talking about conclusions and implications for further educational research, in this paper, we explored the field of AI ed research in terms of authorship and publication patterns. It is evident that the American, Chinese, Taiwanese, and Turkish colleagues from computer science and STEM departments dominate the field. More importantly, this study has provided an overview of the vast array of potential AI applications in higher education to support students, faculty members, and administrators. They were described in 4 broad areas, that is profiling and predicting, intelligent tutoring systems, assessment and evaluation, and adaptive systems and personalization. The full consequence of AI development cannot yet be foreseen today. The AI ed applications provide enormous pedagogical opportunities for the design of intelligent student support systems and for scaffolding student learning in adaptive and personalized learning environments. This applies to in particular to large higher educational institutions such as open and distance learning universities. It might also help to offer flexible but also intricate and personalized learning opportunities. For example, by relieving teachers from burdens such as grading hundreds or even thousands of assignments so that they can focus on their real task, that is empathetic, humanistic teaching. It is crucial to emphasize that educational technology is not only about technology, it is the pedagogical, ethical, social, cultural, and economic dimensions of AI education that we should be concerned about. Lastly, the danger, of course, lies in seeing data and coding as an absolute rather than relative source of guidance and support. Education is by far too complex to be reduced solely to data analysis and algorithms. Digital data do not offer a neat technical fix to education dilemmas, no matter how compelling that output might be. We should not strive for what is technically possible, but always ask ourselves what makes pedagogical sense. For instance, in China, systems are already being used to monitor student participation and expressions via face recognition in classrooms, also called intelligent classroom behavior management system or smart campuses, and display them to the teacher on a dashboard. This is an example of educational surveillance, and it is highly questionable whether such systems provide a real added value for a good teacher who should be able to capture the dynamics in a learning group and respond empathetically and in a pedagogically meaningful way. In this sense, it is crucial to adopt an ethics of care to start thinking on how we are exploring the potential of algorithmic decision-making systems that are embedded in AI-ed applications. Furthermore, we should also remember that AI systems are only as smart as the data used to
Hello,
train.
Ashraf. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Could
so
you
much.
please
Yeah.
give some technical concept why you are doing such kind of SLR, systematic literature review?
Yeah, sir, actually, the very sole purpose being coming from a social science background, or I being a pedagogical scientist, we look technology from the social point of view. So our only concern was,
Are you going to do some kind of a sentimental analysis over this AI applications in the higher education, or any kind of student behavioral pattern which will focus to the higher education and why the people are inclining more towards the way of using of AI development, right? So do
no,
you
sir.
have any kind of such discussion over this, SLR?
No, sir.
Okay. So what's your future focus basically? Which part of AI development in higher education you will focus?
See, actually, the sole purpose of it was to see the trend in publication patterns as to how the scientists who are coming up with AI in education are adept
Right,
with and
right.
competent.
That you got from the literature survey. But my
Yeah.
question is, what's the novelty with your research work so that you can come up with a new concept or new methodology or new framework where the AI will be the prime or the backbone of that framework, which will be applicable to higher education to get the better service to the, I mean, the student education system for students.
The only no, yeah. Actually, there is no such idea per se from my side, because I being one brick of this entire house, my part was only to put or highlight only those aspects as to where the direction goes, like how have the publication in AI in higher education developed over time. So that was my concern, and in which journals are they published? What is the trend? And yeah,
Okay,
so
okay. Thank you very much.
thank you.
So, yeah, any question from audience side, please? Anyone? Okay, thank you, Ashraf. Thank
Thank
you
you so
very
much, sir.
much
Thank you so
for
much.
your participation and
Thank you.
present your research methodology and the way of explaining AI.
Okay, sir.
Okay, right. Thank you. So now I would like to request paper ID 9725, Jyoti Srivastava. 9725 paper ID, Jyoti Srivastava. Next, paper ID 2983, Ashraf Alam, again.
Yes, sir. Again, I have two papers. Shall I share the screen, sir?
Yes, yes, please.
Yeah. Is it visible, sir?
Yes, yes, it's visible.
Yes, thank you, sir. So the title for this paper is Metaverse and Post-Human Animated Avatars for Teaching Learning Process, that is interperception in virtual universe for educational transformation. So yeah, I have a few research questions that we developed. I'll not go into the introduction part of it. I'll just put in this study answers the following questions: that what is the trend in metaverse in education? This is very similar to the previous paper, just the fact that in the previous paper I discussed about the trends in artificial intelligence. Here I'm talking of metaverse in education in terms of publication year, document type, country, keywords and research words, and what are the types of metaverse used in education. What is the education field and level where metaverse is used, and which learning scenarios have been implemented, how the digital identity of students is represented in metaverse, and what technologies have been used, how have metaverse in education evolved over generations, and what is the impact of metaverse on education, and what are the associated challenges. This would be solely from a sociological perspective. Talking about methods in this study combines both quantitative as well as qualitative synthetic approaches, synthesis approaches to review metaverse in education studies published in the literature. The preferred reporting items for systematic reviews and meta-analysis, that is PRISMA guidelines, were followed to produce this systematic review. The data in this study included academic studies published until 31st of December 2021. A study was excluded if it discusses metaverse in general and not in education. So those studies were discarded, and those that were not in English and that is not accessible online, so those were discarded. So as a result, a total of only 47 studies in Web of Science database and 34 studies in Scopus database were identified. So yeah, there are 4 categories of metaverse technology, namely augmented reality, live logging, mirror worlds, and virtual worlds. The 4 categories are characterized by 2 axes: augmented versus simulation, A versus S, and external versus intimate, that is E versus I. For the augmentation technology, a new visual function is added to the existing environment by superimposing digital information on physical world that we perceive. Yeah, as shown in figure 2 here, research on the use of metaverse in education first started in 2007. The number of studies in the Web of Science database increased after 2008 with a peak of 5 studies per year in 2009, 2010, and 2013. This is a sharp decrease after 2013 and only 1 study found in 2014. The maximum number of studies reached its peak with 7 academic studies in 2015. After 2015, there was a decrease in the number of research papers until 2019, and it was seen that no research was conducted in 2019. Now, if in terms of the distribution of metaverse in education research by document type, figure 3 shows that most publications were conference proceedings. 1, it is seen that the number of studies in the Web of Science database in the article type is 2 times more than the number that is available in Scopus database. In the book chapter genre, there are 8 studies in Web of Science and 2 in Scopus. Here, figure 4 shows that United States has the highest number of research, followed by Brazil, Japan, Spain, and South Korea. Interestingly, it is seen that no research related to metaverse in education is from Arab or African region. This could be due to the limited infrastructure that these countries suffer from, which does not support them in adopting these technological-based learning environments. Yeah, when analyzing metaverse in education by study topics and according to the publication year, it is seen that the trending topics in metaverse research are in line with the time trend analysis. Accordingly, there are 3 thematic waves of research trends that emerge. The first wave focuses on social aspects of the metaverse in education, and that is virtual worlds, virtual communities, and second life. The second wave explores the potential of technology-mediated presence and immersive technologies. For example, metaverse, emerging technologies, virtual environments, telepresence, avatars, augmented reality, and mixed reality. The third wave, however, unlocks the potential of self-organized AI-powered virtual learning ecologies. For example, deep learning and simulation. To identify the focus and trends of metaverse in education research, the co-occurrence of terms in keywords was analyzed using VOS viewer. As shown in this figure, the size of the labels and circles depends on the number of co-occurrences. Lines identify major links between terms, and their thickness and the distance between the terms represent the association strength. For example, if you can see here in this figure, the terms metaverse and e-learning have a short distance between them, which means that they occurred together several times. Now, if you see here, figure 7 shows the research methods used in metaverse in educational research. Since metaverse is relatively an emerging topic, 41.7% of the studies did not conduct any experiment and focused on reviewing the literature and expounding theories. 20.8% of the studies used mixed methods, followed by quantitative and qualitative methods, 18.8% each. I'm sorry for this comma mark. Through the analysis, it was found that most frequently mentioned tool for collecting data was survey, followed by an interview. Now, if you see here, the coding was done based on two axes, x, y separately, where each study was given two values, x value E versus I and y value for A versus S. Not delving into the detail here. Figure 9 presents the distribution of metaverse research in the field of education. The findings show that 53% of metaverse research studies were used in natural sciences, mathematics, and engineering, followed by general education 15%, and arts and humanities 11%. Again, that shows a trend. When investigating the education level, it was found that 62.9% of the metaverse research was carried out in higher education. The findings show that the use of metaverse in higher education enables interactive and immersive experiences that allow teachers and students to explore new approaches in teaching process, information and communication technologies, and emerging technologies. Now, yeah, lastly, the metaverse can provide a set of possibilities to realize learning scenarios. Figure 11 here presents the different learning scenarios in the metaverse. The findings show that metaverse is used in 9 different learning scenarios in education. Not going into what these learning types are, because that's pertaining to pedagogical sciences. Yeah, the terminology and tools of the metaverse has brought a lot of pedagogical and technical support to education, allowing students to learn immersively, thereby enhancing their motivation. In figure 12 here, we can see technology and tools are divided into 7 categories, namely immersive, artificial intelligence, game application, educational, modeling and simulation, mobile, sensors, and wearables. The direct experience given to students in the metaverse is immersive, which not only promotes teamwork and skill development, but also engages students in classrooms in different ways. In order to achieve immersion, it is necessary to combine some virtual technologies, including VR, MUVE, mixed reality, MR, and augmented reality. Here, table 1 quickly presents the different generations highlighted in the literature. The coding of generation types are based on education ages of participants in different metaverse studies and the years in which each study was conducted. If you will see here, 52% of the studies involved generation Y, while 44% involved generation Z and 4% involved generation alpha. Based on obtained findings, there seems to be no studies on earlier generations such as baby boomer generation and baby bust generation, that is generation X, which makes sense since these two generations have an age range between 43 and 76 as on 2022, which means that almost all of them have completed their basic formal education and to many their higher education as well. So here, collaborative learning is common in studies, including generation Y, that is 7 times compared to generation Z, 2 times, while blended hybrid learning is more common for studies involving generation Z, 6 times compared to generation Y, 0 times. We can draw a lot of conclusions from here, but I'll move forward. One of the important issues in the integration of metaverse in education is the technologies and tools used for immersion. Each study was coded based on the software and tools used as a metaverse technology in education according to different generation types. It can be seen that Second Life is the most common platform, with 7 times used by generation Y and 2 times used by generation Z. Finally, the metaverse in education studies were further coded based on user-centric factors or ecosystems and their distribution in different generation types. I'll not go into the detail. Finally, this is the last table, and then we'll come to the conclusion. Table 5 presents the identified challenges associated with metaverse in education, which can be classified into technological, pedagogical, and other types. From the technological perspective, network traffic 20.7% had the highest percentage, followed by smartphones, interface design issue, that is 6.9%, and blink capture issue. Now, impact, implications, and future research. This is what the final slide is the impact of metaverse in education is positive. Metaverse can play an effective role in different learning situations. The finding shows that students are more active in learning with games in the metaverse than in traditional classrooms and have a strong motivation to use smart devices to practice science. Metaverse provides a flexible platform for game-based learning and helps to create new educational environments. Metaverse teaching is in virtual environments such as Second Life also give a positive impact and can promote multilingual communication among students and achieve better learning quality. Metaverse has great general customization, higher creativity, and low risk to facilitate student interaction, increase motivation and engagement. I can move. Yeah, we have realized through this paper that we have reviewed so many papers that these reviewed are lured by the possibilities emerging with metaverse and paid less attention to the threats it presents. Currently, its popularity is driven by the investments made by big tech companies, for instance, Facebook. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah, I got the. This is also your one kind of a literature review paper, right?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So, could you tell me how the social acceptance, what the percentage of social acceptance by using this metaverse with the traditional educational system or traditional learning system? What is the acceptance of social?
Yeah, because what we have seen is that none of the research papers have come from developing countries. Because we are not actually using it, because we don't know what metaverse is in the very first place. But then again, when it comes to teaching and learning, using metaverse in education is highly deplorable. The condition is because none of the researches have been carried out by computer scientists. So that has to be
Because metaverse, no doubt, it is being possible being the higher education like those are in urban areas, right? The high-end techniques, technologies are there in the university or institution, so they can do it, implement very easily. But do you think about how the rural-based education system, maybe the higher education doesn't matter, but if the organization is situated or the institution is situated in the rural area, so how this metaverse type of academy, educational pattern or educational system will help them to come across into the model what you are thinking about to do?
Yes, sir. Actually, in rural areas, it is even more. It is rather it is more called for in rural areas because there they don't have access to the actual things that is, for instance, say molecular structure of say aspirin, or for that matter Amazon forests, or maybe some other places where physically one cannot go, but use of metaverse and through the use of they themselves being present there, that would make a lot of a difference for the rural students as compared to the ones who are urban dwellers, who are already having a little bit of access and a lot of communication channels through which they can have access to those. So it would be better experience. A lot of good experiences would come up
If
when
you
it
think
would
about
be.
other aspect like how will make a aware about the rural based student that metaverse will be more effect or more a way of good learning process in higher education, how will be given an impact or motivation to them? Do you
So
think about it?
yes, sir. So yeah, so if you're saying that, so it's all about government intervention, and if they are able to provide with all the facilities which are there, at least coming up with virtual reality goggles, so that would be the initial starting phase with which they can come up with, because already those are available in the market. If government start giving giving precedence to all of these devices which are available currently, the students would rather be more motivated to come to schools, which they aren't in the current educational concurrent educational scenario which we see. So that way it would be really good for them as well.
Okay, thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you so much. These are the list
So
of references.
I
Thank you.
request the audience if you have any question, please. Okay, then thank you, Ashraf.
Thank you
You
so much, sir.
again.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, please, you can remove. Yeah. Now the next is, I think 9725 paper ID Jyoti Srivastava has joined.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please proceed.
Yeah, okay.
You proceed for maximum 10 minutes. 8 minutes will be your presentation and 2 minutes will be your question and answer. So please be stick up with the time.
Okay, sir. Good evening to one and all. Am I audible and the screen is visible, right?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so my work is based on artificial intelligence enabled Internet of Medical Thing framework for smart healthcare. So basically here what we are doing is uh, we are using IMT
Make your
framework.
presentation in presentation view mode, screen, full screen mode.
Yes, sir.
Fine.
Now is it okay, sir? Yeah.
Basic things,
So
please, you skip the basic things, go for the framework and implementation.
sir, actually, this is a review work, so I haven't implemented this work. I have just reviewed few parameters I have chosen and reviewed the work done by various researchers, and I have compared those works. And based on that, I am going to further carry
You
on this
focus
work.
the comparison study only. No need of a
Okay, sir.
basic things. Please go to the comparison.
Can I explain the framework using this diagram, sir?
Yeah, you take a little time to explain and better you go for the frameworks, right? Your
Okay,
comparison.
fine, sir. Okay, so see, this is the IoT use of IoT in different scenarios. Like it can be used in healthcare, agriculture, educational institutes, and traffic management. Also, here we are sticking with the healthcare use of IoT in healthcare department. So our major contributions will be to discover role of AI in healthcare domain, as I explained. Now we are using here IMT architectures, different architectures we have seen and compared those architectures, and based on those comparison, we have just summarized the architectural part for a IOMT framework in smart healthcare system. So next we have taken four parameters: data collection techniques, data security, efficiency, and QS. Based on these four parameters, we are comparing different works done by different uh, researchers in this domain. So let me move on to the basic IOMT domains that we have. See, we have three types of three domains in smart healthcare system: self-care domain, acute care domain, and home care domain. Self-care domain is basically when we are not visiting the hospital for every small problem. We can take
Please
our
skip this
day-to-day.
point. Please skip these things. Please go to your comparison part. Yeah.
Okay, sir. Fine, sir.
Yeah, basic things you skip.
Okay, so sir, these are the four parameters on which we are comparing: data accuracy, security, efficiency, and quality of service. So this is the table which shows that see, we have taken up accuracy as a parameter, and these are the different techniques that different researchers have used uh, to classify their work. First, we have chosen the classification, clustering, and association. Then second, researcher have used a decision tree method to classify. This is basically a case study. Then the next researcher has used a rule-based approach for improvement of speed in collection of data. Then next work is done based on clinical decision support system has been developed so that collected data can be more accurate. Based on this work will basically prioritize the accuracy of the data being collected. Then correlation based ratio analysis has been done so that collecting specific medical record from the raw data can be done. Again, another is the next paper has used an open data set where basic work is done in GUI part so that visualization can be improved. Next, we have taken data security parameters. Since in smart healthcare system is a very sensitive system and it also requires quick response, so security is a very critical part of the system. So we have compared more of the papers in data security part. So unauthorized access is a threat, which means that attackers will gain access to the system and he can access the credential parts of an authorized person as using those credentials. He can misuse the system. Routing attacks are there. So these are the various security threats that we have. I have described all these security attacks, and the countermeasures that has been taken by the researchers is also provided here. So we have compared total 12 number of works done by different researchers, and based on that we will finalize a particular security parameter that we will use in our system. Next is system efficiency. For efficiency, different parameters can be used: packet delivery ratio, delivery time, energy consumption, and uh, charge dissipation. All these parameters can be used to for measuring the efficiency of the system. Next is next work is done by another researcher who is basically comparing charge dissipation, energy dissipation, battery lifetime, and energy discharge. Battery lifetime is important because if we are implanting some device or some sensor within the body of a patient, then it must have a lifetime to it must have a particular lifetime, so that the particular patient should not go with the different multiple surgeries. So to avoid that health problem, and that money is also important, so to avoid those things we need particular lifetime, battery lifetime. Then another work is done for packet delivery ratio, network lifetime, energy consumption, and total control traffic overload. Next work is done for basically throughput is compared, packet loss, link breakage, and energy consumption. All these parameters have been used to measure the efficiency of the system being used. Advantages and disadvantages has been listed over here. Next is quality of service. This is the fourth parameter that we have used. Quality of service basically deals with the time we are taking. And
Jyoti,
yes, sir.
could you tell me what kind of benefit you will get after this all kind of review? What is your conclusion about this review process?
Okay, sir, basically we are developing a smart healthcare
Can you
system.
go to that slide, please? Do you have that slide?
Conclusion part, sir?
No, I mean, you have discussed with the security, quality of service, and efficiency, all these things.
Yes,
After that, what is your final goal? That after doing such kind of review, what you want to focus to the society? What you want to give to the society or to researchers, future
okay,
research?
sir. Okay, sir. So, sir, see, this is basically a IMT architecture. We are taking data from the sensors. Collected data will be going for the processing, which is layer 2 of the architecture. And using a particular user interface, these data, by using these data, user can get
So this is
gain.
okay. This is okay because this structure is already exist. Because this structure, the framework, what you are going to present here, this is derived from your literature survey, right? It is already
Yes.
there. Now, what is your, conceptual idea over this literature review? You have studied many papers, you have studied from the different angle and 360-degree angle you have studied. But now, how can you represent your opinion about the others' work and what you are going to do in the future work? So, what's that gap, research gap? Could you find any research gap of all these papers?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, what's the research gap, please?
Sir, actually, what we are going to do is we have taken four parameters. We have compared these parameters, and after comparison, as you can see, in data collection part, for data accuracy, most of the researchers have a
Do you have that
problem with
framework?
missing value.
Do you have
Sir,
framework?
that framework is still to be developed, sir. I've done the literature survey part, sir. Yes.
Okay, so what's your conclusion now? Can you go to the last slide, please?
Okay, sir. So, sir, this is the conclusion part. See, we are having artificial intelligence we are using to provide automation for smart healthcare system. AI can be used in IOMT framework so that we can provide automation in healthcare sector. As per the current scenario, we can't visit to the hospital for each and every problem. So by staying at home, we can consult the doctor if required, and we can also measure our day-to-day health record using smart devices. This is the basic framework of a smart healthcare system, and this will be beneficial for doctor also. Doctor can assist their patients, and they can monitor their patients' health remotely from various locations. So this will be beneficial for doctors also. So this, as we have discussed.
Could you please show me the framework? I mean, the any idea what you have? You are saying that a doctor can control the rural-based patients, the remote-based patient, right? Remote-based
Yes, sir.
patient also doctor can handle, right? So,
Yes,
what
sir.
kind of technical framework you have planned that should be reflected here, right? Because you have studied many papers. How many papers you have studied?
Sir, around 120, sir.
120. So
Yes, sir.
after that, you must have in your mind, right, that if I will design the model like this, then the doctor can handle the rural-based people in remotely staying, right?
Yes,
So
sir.
that framework, in conclusion, you should say that framework, right? This is the textual conceptual pattern only you are representing. Okay.
Okay, sir.
So you try to enhance your work and make them some kind of framework so that in future the researcher, the prospective people can do the research or can implement the framework, right?
Okay, sir.
Okay then. Okay. Thank you very much, Jyoti.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. I will ask the audience, do you have any question, please? Okay. Thank you, Jyoti. Thank you very much for participating and presenting your research paper.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Okay, welcome. Thank you. Now we'll move for the next paper ID 3823. Nana Pani Akkaz.
Yeah. Hi, good evening, sir.
Very good evening. Please
Yeah, I'll
proceed.
just share my screens. So is it visible, sir?
It is visible.
Yeah.
And
So
please be very precise about your implementation and methodology. Don't go for any basic thing, right?
yeah, sure, definitely, sir. So good evening, sir. So my name is Nanapani Akshaj, and I am from VIT University, Vellore. And the topic of my presentation is Medbag, a web-based business application. So many industrial companies do not have an e-commerce website, because of which they face a huge struggle while conducting their business, especially those in the management and the distribution sector. And many of them who have, they don't fulfill the user utilities like having a good user interface, security to the credentials, etc. These are the reasons. These become the reason for the loss in their businesses. And moreover, the outsourcing of for ERP systems also costs companies a lot. And in the world of digitization, this has become a huge factor for competition. So having an e-commerce website for a company not only benefits the company but also benefits the users by providing them an ease of doing a purchase or a transaction. And in turn, this not only increases or onboard some new users onto the for the company, but also upskills and upsells and cross sells the existing accounts. And the existing systems have a large number of drawbacks. Some of them are they lack some basic user facilities, like they don't have a proper and user-friendly interface, the lack of user credential security, the lack of an integrated business analytical dashboard or a module, the lack of precise or accurate prediction for the prices of the products. So the proposed system tackles those drawbacks by providing a precise metal prediction module along with price tracking, and providing security to user credentials using SHA 512 hash algorithm, along with multilingual hash sorting. Along with this, it has an integrated business analytics dashboard for taking the data driven decision making. The technologies used are the HTML, CSS, jQuery, Bootstrap, and JavaScript for front end. The framework uses Django, which is a web development framework of Python. The servers on which the application is hosted is Django and XAMPP on the local host, and the database used is MySQL database. So why Django and why not other frameworks? Because Django is, as we know, is a web development framework of Python, and Python has been seen as one of the language which has found its application in a large number of areas in the field of machine learning and data science, which provides greater scope and scalability for the project. And moreover, Django is portable, secure, versatile, and it's a complete framework. Django uses modular approach for a development of any application. So one of the system architecture as shown here, the views.py contains the basic script which actually runs the website. The models.py has the database and the table information. The templates.html has the front end or the user interface code which the user experiences, and the urls.py specifies URL for each and every page. So this every functionality in an application made using Django is put into a module, because of which it is really scalable, and it can be portable to any other platform. So coming to the user side interface, once a user comes onto the application, he can go for the price prediction, the price tracking, submission of letter of intent, and subsequently going to place an order, and also provides the facility to reorder with minimum number of clicks. The price prediction and tracking, which is one of the key modules of the application. In this, displays the real-time prices of the products that are being sold on the website, and these prices, the feed for these prices gets refreshed every 40 seconds, and it also provides the currency conversion uh, facility, which allows the user to take more precise decisions based upon their prices. For the price prediction model, the neural networks used is LSTM, and the model for the machine learning is used is the linear regression model. The data set used in this model is not a predefined data set. The data set has been created by taking the real-time data from the open source web material. Uh, and whenever user selects a particular domain for predicting a price, the data only of that particular domain is collected, and based upon that data only the model is trained. And 80% of the collected data is used for training, and 20% is used for testing. And for each and every value predicted, previous 40 data values are taken. When we take this last 40 data values, they are the most recent data values based upon the market trend, that is ups, downs, and other market dynamics. So this also helps us to take into account the recent market dynamics that are being played on the market to get more accurate and precise price. The password security, as we know that this is one of the most focused area for any online application. So SHA-512 hash algorithm has found a good place in the market for hashing and security purposes. But even then, the hackers, although the hashes are irreversible, they are able to get through by cracking the password by using an error and guess method, in which they actually generate a random string, they hash it, and then they match it with the hash present in a database. And if they get matched, and they are easy, if they get matched, then they easily get an access to the system. To avoid this, we are using multilingual hash sorting, in which a multilingual string is generated and that string is hashed. The characters of those strings are padded alternatively in the jumbled format into the password hash generated by the user input and stored in the database, which makes it more complex for the attackers to crack it, sorry. The admin architecture basically deals with the data analytics part of the application. The total business part, this basically shows the how much a particular product is being sold, and like how much a percentage it contributes in the revenue of the company. And the LOI track, the letter of intent is the first step where a user approaches the company for a particular product, and subsequent to this, people go and place the final order. So the customers who have placed an order, a letter of intent, but are yet not converted as a complete customer by placing an order, those all customers along with their letter of intent documents are displayed over here, where the administration can click on any of the desired user and get the LOI document as desired. The dashboard. This is the business analytical dashboard, which is based upon the data collected and computed from different user interactions on the application. Those collected from the users keep, so like example, keeping the tracks of various prices, the number of users converted each day as a customer, the business we get from different parts of the world, etc. So these things, to be like to present it in a more understandable format, are put in the form of visualizations of charts and bar graphs. This is done with the help of the chart.js framework of JavaScript. This helps the stakeholders to take more
Hello,
data-driven decisions.
Nanapane. Please go to your implementation or anything if you want to show. There's a
So like
clip.
implementation would take a time, sir, to implement the whole application.
Okay then, okay then. Okay.
So coming to the future work, if provided with the right computation power, this application has a really larger scope. As this application, as it's based on Python framework, it can also incorporate the the user activities prediction on the application by tracking the user activities and storing in the database and using that as a data set. Also, it can also have that automated analyzing of the letter of intent and getting a larger data set for the price prediction, which would provide more and more accurate price predictions. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Nanapani. Could you please tell me how this will be a more impact to the social side? Because nowadays we are focusing the research on social implication point of view. So could you please tell me your study, what you have studied, your web-based business application, how it will be affect to rural-based people?
Yes,
What's
sir.
the framework?
Yes, sir, definitely. So this application is not only focused on the buyer and seller. This application could also be used as a intermediate for even for the consulting or the intermediaries. So there are so like as we see the rural side have a lot of business like raw materials and different things which they need to they need a market to sell those things. So this website could also be used as an intermediary for them, so like they can list their products over here. The intermediaries, the company which is an intermediary could then host those things onto the market for cities, which from which the people in city can go for those products.
How the supply management will affect to them? How you will coordinate with them? How do you synchronize with the supply management?
So definitely, so for for like when a particular user places an order for some X things, right? So like after placing an order, the intermediaries would go in touch with the people in the rural areas to get those materials, and the user who has ordered could also get a track of each and every step on which their product is in, like
Okay.
the
Okay.
package or movement or
Okay.
something.
Thank you. Any question from audience side, please? Okay. Thank you, Nana Bani. Thank you very much for participating.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah. Thank you very much. So kindly take your PPT. Now we'll move for the next paper ID 2020. Jaya Sudha Jay.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please focus to your implementation and framework only.
Okay, sir.
The fundamental things apply, kindly skip up.
Okay. So whether my PPT is visible, sir?
Visible.
Yes, sir. So good evening to one and all present here. So my topic is about a survey and sentimental analysis of student reviews using natural language processing and then text mining. Actually, a sentimental analysis is done everywhere. It may be either done in blogs, websites, social media, online forums, and other sites. But my area where I am going to do the sentimental analysis is the most addressed domain, that is in the context of higher education. Why we are doing this sentimental analysis in the case of higher education lessons? As an academic institution, we are employing various formal and informal methods to collect the students' feedback and analyzing the feedback. Why we are collecting and analyzing the feedback in the sense we want to improve the course content, assessment, design, and to improve the teaching style also. So by interpreting the feedback with great care, ultimate improvement can be made. So this is the thing which motivated me to choose this topic. I have gone through various papers. Here I have mentioned very few papers. There is in the literature review, various authors, they have used various data sets which is based on students. For author, they have used the data set which is collected through Twitter API, and the algorithms they have used is random forest, support vector machine, and then extend gradient boost KNN, naive Bayes, and then logistic regression. The approach which they have used is Ngram and then TF-IDF, which shows that logistic regression which performs better when they are using the Unigram and then TF-IDF methods. And the author number 2, they have used various algorithms. Finally, the outcome is the Ngram approach, which is used with SVM, which shows a 98% accuracy. Author number 3 also, they have used the data set which is collected through, they have collected the data through Google Forms, and they use the algorithm improved KNN, which is also along with TF-IDF. There is term frequency, inverse document frequency, which shows the accuracy of 84%. And another author, they have collected the data through there is surveys and also through reviews. According to my point of view, or according to my inference, all the literature review papers and maximum literature review papers shows that maximum algorithms they have used is SVM, naive Bayes, and then logistic regression. And in most of the cases, support vector machines and then naive Bayes performs better when they are using the approaches like text summarization approaches, TF-IDF. And then considering the existing system, data collection is usually done through Google Forms, and the data is available in the form of quantitative data, which means we are collecting in the format of rating or in the Likert scale format. But if we are collecting the data in the format of which is qualitative data, in the sense it gives us more insight about the students' feedback. Even we are having a well-designed and well-planned LMS. If we are implementing our LMS using this qualitative data, it will be more improved, and it is easy to know the exact insights of the students where we are collecting the data, which can be done with the help of ML and DL algorithms. And according to literature review, various approaches and models are widely used. These are the various approaches and models used in the papers. The first one is supervised approach, next one is unsupervised, third one is lexicon-based approaches, finally blended approaches. Considering the supervised approaches, they have used these algorithms, that is SVM, naive Bayes, decision tree, and then KNN algorithms are most frequently used. Unsupervised uses they are LDA, that is linear descriptive analysis. Then a lexicon-based approach, they are used various methods like VADA, SentiWordNet, TextBlock, SentiText, SentiStrength, and then Semantria. In some cases, they have used blended approaches, which is a combination of supervised and unsupervised. In some cases, they have used lexicon, that is a lexicon-based approach along with supervised. Yes, sir.
Do you have any framework or any model you want to propose after this all kind of a research survey? Right? What is your own opinion or own model? Have you designed anything?
Sir, actually, I started my phase 1 research work, sir. I'm working on it. I have found some research gaps in this literature survey. So these are the research challenges I have found, sir. So the first one is, shall I explain this, sir?
So, are these your research gap?
Yes, sir, these are the research gaps which I have found through this literature review.
This multimodal text analysis, fine-grained analysis, these are the methods, right? So how did you say that this is the research gap?
That is a multimodal text analysis in the sense the students' feedback will contain the text data along with some images also, which is a combination of multimodal text. Only if you are considering the text, it will give you some 50% of detail. If
No. My question is something different. My question is, what is your research gap? This multimodal text analysis is not a research gap. These are the models, or the fine-grained analysis is the method or models that you are doing for deep analysis of sentiments, or any kind of text, image, or an audio voice analysis. You are using multimodal text analysis.
Yes, sir. Complex language construct is also one of the problems, sir. Which means in the text, if you are using the double negatives, abbreviations.
So what is your goal of this review? What is the goal of this review?
Actually, I want to define or I want to construct a model which gives a better result when compared to the previous models, because maximum number of researches are carried out in other domains when compared to the education.
Have you defined any objective of your research?
So I want to classify whether this particular text sentiment is a positive, negative, or neutral with the help of the model which I am going to design, sir, in a better way with better accuracy, sir.
So could you please visit your future work? Do you have a future work slide?
No, sir. I'm working on it, sir. I have chosen an algorithm and I'm working on it, sir. I have chosen a bio-inspired algorithm and I'm working on it.
So can you show me please your conclusion part? What you suggested to the society?
The thing is, if it is implemented in higher education institutions, definitely it will be very useful. It can be incorporated as a tool in our LMS, sir.
Go to the previous slide, please. Then previous. So what is this?
Sir, actually, this is the common research methodology before doing any text processing, sir.
Is it your own research methodology model?
No, sir, it is a common research methodology model, sir. Finally, we can use, while building a model, we can make use of any supervised machine learning or unsupervised machine learning. This is a common model. This is not mine, sir.
Okay, then. Okay. Thank you very much. So I will ask the audience if you have any question.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Jayasudha.
Thank you, sir.
very much for participating.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll move to the next paper ID 6590. Surajit Ghosh.
Hello.
Huh?
Sir, Surajit Ghosh is not here. I'm Arpita Roy, and so I'm presenting the presentation.
Okay, then. Okay, proceed.
Okay.
Yeah. Please be focused about your framework and methodology of implementation, that part, right?
Yes, sir. Sir, give me 1 minute, please. Good evening, sir. I'm Arpita Roy, and today I'm presenting my presentation. It's what happened? Okay. I start for implementation. Okay. Sorry, I think I have some problems. So that's why I cannot join this.
Do you have any problem?
Yes, that's, is this showing or not?
Yes, visible.
My screen is showing?
Yeah,
Visible? Okay. So today's my topic is most influential factor finding for engineering student motivation. So what is motivation? I smallly explain that. The motivation actually the process and it's a guide to maintain our goal-oriented performance. And the motivation are two types: the intrinsic motivation and extrinsic motivation. So what is intrinsic motivation? The intrinsic motivation actually the platform which is coming from the inner motivation. We can say that it automatically motivated a person or a students to doing their job and work. The extrinsic motivation is also coming from the outsides, and if someone pressured me for studying or family pressure for joining any courses, that's called the extrinsic motivations. So here I have showing some publications and papers what I have studied for student motivation. And next, I used the SPSS tools and I finding the factor analysis and the influential factor findings throughout these tools. What is SPSS tools? Can I explain? Hello. Okay. The
Could you please
SPSS is this.
skip this fundamental things? Could you go for any technical analysis? What you have? Do you have any technical analysis? Yeah.
Yes, I'm actually using the SPSS tools for factor finding. So this is I take a screenshots. I open the SPSS and after that I put in their data and this is the process of factor finding and all of the screenshots I have taken. Okay. And this is a correlation matrix. This is simple correlation matrix. Is item 1 to item 1 is related, and this is I am testing the KMO value because if the KMO value is less than 0.6, then it indicates that our data is not eligible for testing the factor. So here you can see that it's 0.931 is a very good point. So our data is actually eligible for testing the factor. This is the total variant of expected, and if the eigenvalue is greater than 1, the finding the indicate the factors. So here you can see that the two items have loaded in greater than 1 value. So we find out there and in this table 2 factor is loaded. They are just communalities. Communalities, you can see that the 2 factors loaded. Here we only check if the 0.3 less than 0.3, any item is loaded, the item is weak and we can eliminate it and after we can reload the all things. And this is the pattern matrix. Actually, we done the pattern matrix because here we can check if any item is cross-loaded or not. Here you can see this item and this item also cross-loaded. Factor 1 and factor 2 load in there. So this item is called a cross-loading item. So we can eliminate in this item and after that we can repeatedly test in this part and after that we find out the factor. There have a 10 factor in factor 1 and 6 factor in factor 2 and this is the reliability testing process. Again I take a screenshot of it. And our reliability testing result is 0.913. Why we are testing the reliability? Because our data is reliable or not for this research purpose. If our data is eligible or not, if the data is real or not, so we are testing just it.
You are doing the reliability of your model or data or the reliability of your model?
Reliability testing for the data.
Data. So how you validate your model? Because you are using the tool, right? So how you are validating the model? You have a model, right?
Yes, I have a model.
So how you are doing
but sir, all the testing throughout the data I put firstly I put it in my data and after that I start my process using the tool.
Okay. So then how your influential factor will help to motivate the student in last stage if a student is under depression or anything like that?
Yes, I'm coming in this point. We can see there the 10 is the intrinsic and extrinsic factor. The factor 1 is the intrinsic factor and factor 2 indicate the extrinsic factor. So here I classified the two factors. Now I have to analyzing this, the most influential factor for student motivation, engineering student motivation. That's why I
Hello.
doing the linear regressions. Hello.
Yeah, please hide the pop-up on your screen. Yeah, that one.
Remove, click that hide button.
Okay. So this is the linear regressions part. This is the actually process for linear regression. Why linear regression? Linear regression actually is that is when our linear regression is using because of the standard error. And here is the table of linear regressions part, and we got the standard error. And we can conclude it and we can find out the most influential factor. The most influential factor questions is that it has always bothered me that the other student outperform me in the educational process. Actually, this question highly impact for the students for joining the engineering courses. This is the mostly influential factor. I just conclude it after research. Okay, students, engineering students coming their courses or join their courses because of the extrinsic factor. They are not automatically interested.
Arpita,
Yes.
so do you have any practical implementation of all this survey, what you have did? Have you taken any real data set?
So this data set is a real data set. We create a Google form and we given a 18 question sets, help of a psychiatrist, and after that we
How you validated the answers you are getting from the Google form? How you validated that? And who is validated your questions? There may be some psychiatric based questions, psychological factor,
yes,
right?
yes,
So
yes,
have you tested these questions with any medical practitioner or any psychiatric?
yeah, yes, yes. I appoint a psychiatrist. We appoint a psychiatrist, and after that we are going there and set a question.
Okay. Okay, then, okay, thank you. Thank you, Arpita. So I will ask the audience if you have any question they may raise. Okay, thank you, Arpita. Thank you for
Thank you
participating in
so
this
much.
conference. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Now we'll move the next paper, 6946, Shomya Misra. Shomya, Miss, are you there? Okay, thank you very much for all participants and thank you for all audience being the presence of in this session. So once again, thank you all. We'll wind up the meeting. Okay. Thank you once again. We'll wind up the meeting here.